Time to get started. First, I actually need some water for. I need a water cup real quick. Okay. Testing. Testing. Okay, how about this? Alright. How about now? Okay, maybe it goes. Does it go up or go down? How about now? Okay. What about now? I don't know. Hopefully there's not a lot of background noise, but if there is, I'll work on adjusting it. Oh, hey Lou, how's it going? Ah, back to the old Minecraft. Uh, how's that been going? And glad you're doing all right. It's going pretty good over here too. I got to play some actual Warhammer not too long ago, and I got to play it against my buddy Panda. And while we were playing, he was telling me he was actually really like he was really impressed with how my army looks on the table because of like the painting and stuff that I've been doing. So so after I finished my Saturnine box, it kind of inspired me to get back into painting these guys. And that's the goal now. I want, and the funny thing is, oh yeah, I mean, as you see right now, this is what I'm working with. This is the Annihilation Barge, and I'm painting this part right here right now. I like the way this color looks. This is a weapon bronze, but yeah, I got to play some actual Warhammer. I truly feel like I lost that match because one, I found out Necrons do not like to fight at night because I mean Necrons are more of a shooting army. They want to be long distance, hitting you from afar. I mean, they do have necessary means to be able to get up close and personal, which is why I have like a couple of different melee units in my army. But pretty soon, I plan on making some changes that are going to make my army very powerful. And hopefully, if I get enough games in and I get enough understanding of the game, I plan on actually playing in some of the tournaments over at Panda's shop, which is usually on the second Saturday of every month. That's what I want to do anyway, but gotta get there first. Gotta know the game before I can play the game. And that's why yeah, it's pretty cool, like the story behind these guys, and like Necrons are still one of the coolest factions in my opinion. I've been learning about them and reading about them, and the cool thing is like my codex even has some of their actual lore and stuff inside of it. So that's so even if I'm not reading the rules of my army, I can sit there and learn about them. And Necrons are still some of the biggest badasses in the entire galaxy of Warhammer, and every race should tremble at their wake, for when they approach, there is no sounds, only silence. The unnatural silent sound of non-living, grinding robots. Still some, like, and all they want to do is be able to get back to their original form. They want to go back to being human again. Well, I say human. They were an alien race called the Necrontier, but they want to go back to being the Necrontier. They don't want to be a robot no more. So, after they defeated the Satan gods, they actually went to sleep, hoping that nature would take its course and bring sentient life back into the galaxy, so they could actually have an opportunity to find a sentient race that they could possibly transfer their consciousness and minds into in order for them to be able to live the life that they want. But that is yet to remain to be seen. But yeah, But still, though, these guys are absolutely insane. Really cool, like really cool robots. I love mechanical things, and always been a big fan of Terminator. And if you've seen Terminator, you know all the Skynet and all that. Essentially, kind of essentially something. Well, no, I can't say that it's the same thing because it's not. But it's really cool that like there is a faction that are just like the Terminators and Terminator. They're out to destroy. Let's see here. Do I want to use Rune Fang? Yeah, I want to use Rune Fang. No, we're gonna use Lead Belchers for the joint pieces. I want it to be just a little bit of a darker metal. Okay. But yeah, Necrons are really cool. That's why, and just for my stream, I actually have a few Necrons sitting up here. And mind you, I did not paint this guy. This was done by one of the guys I know at the shop. It was my buddy Brett. Shout out to Brett for the crazy artwork that he did with the Luminor Zeras, which is this guy here. And I'll show you too. This is a what do you call it? This is a Luminor Zeras, and my buddy Brett was the one that painted him. But I wanted to get a hold of this guy because he's really good for my army, so that's why I ended up purchasing him. But when I got him, he was painted like this, and I found out who did it, and he does a hell of a good job with his artwork. But these are some of the Necrons that I painted, though. This is one of them. This is a I don't know. Well, hold it. Let me turn the light off a little bit so you can see his face a little. This is a Overlord with a translocation shroud, so he can. So this energy you're seeing is the power of the Satan, but he's able to like use it to warp and stuff. He when he's attached to a unit, he can actually like phase through walls, phase through units, and like cover a good bit of distance. And these were the very first Necrons that I ever painted, which were these guys here. These are the Canoptic Scarabs. They usually come with the warriors. But essentially the reason why I put these Necrons up here is because the way I'm looking at it as is like this is them they're waiting for more of their army to be like fully battle ready and getting geared up for war. And this thing right here packs a lot of firepower, so I really want to deck this guy out and make him look really cool. And that's what I'm doing today. We're gonna see how much we can paint this guy and see what kind of cool things we can do with him. But I like the way that my Triarch Stalker came out, so I'm essentially wanting to do like the same kind of style on this guy. So that's kind of the goal this time around. And these camera angles are going to be a lot better here soon. I'm thinking by next month I'm going to be buying a new camera that will up the quality of my streams a little bit. So here soon y'all will be able to get like a better view of like what I'm doing or how I'm painting these models. And mind you, I'm not the greatest painter by any means. I've really only started painting maybe a little over a year ago now, or getting close to it. I started back, well, no, it hasn't been a full year yet. I would have to say probably around next January or February it'd be a full year for me painting these models and stuff. Because I think because I went into the hospital in November for surgery, came back, and was recovering. I don't think I was doing much painting or moving around at that time either. So, but it's been but almost a year worth of time into painting, and had some really cool praise from people and stuff like that, whether I be sitting at the shop or if they might come in here and watch for a minute. I've had some people tell me that I got some really cool stuff here, and I'm actually very appreciative of everybody that comes in and looks at my stuff and likes what they see, because I'm the kind of guy that'll sit there and look at my stuff and be like, man, this looks like not so good. And I've seen some really crazy artwork. There are a lot of people out there that are a hell of a lot better than me, but at the same time, though, I gotta know where I'm coming from. I'm literally a beginner at this, but the fact that I'm doing some decent styles of paint makes me happy. And I can't wait to see a fully painted army on the table. And the thing is, I know this ain't the end, because there's oh yeah, it'd definitely be like that. I'm really looking forward to. There's a new model that's going to be coming out next year, and he's actually one of the Satan gods that I've been wanting, and I'm really looking forward to when they release him. I watched a video on it the other day, and Panda was also the one that told me about it too. But there is a and next year, 2026, they are bringing out a new Satan Shard of the Nightbringer model, and and I'll have to post a picture in the Discord so y'all can see it, because I don't know how well it would come up if I was to show y'all on my phone. But you know what? Just for shits and giggles, let's give it a try. Let's see what happens if I do this. Okay, so, and I'm sure the music is a very interesting sound. This is actually like actual background Warhammer music. This is this music's supposed to be like based on the God Emperor himself, the Emperor of mankind. Let's see here. Let's see if I can pull up a picture of. Oh, hold up. Go. Sorry, I had to send that message. I forgot to send a message. So, wait a second. Actually, I do have the picture. I saved it on my thing here, if I can find it. Collections. Here we go. So this, yeah, I know it don't. Yeah, it don't sound bad, but this is the new model I'm looking. Oh, well. Oh crap! I don't know how well you can see that or not. There we go. That's a little better. But this guy, this is the new model of what he's going to look like. This is the Nightbringer. That's going to be the new model next year, which I'm super stoked about. This thing looks incredible. And just to kind of give you an idea where he's coming from, this is his original model. This is him coming from a... I don't know how well you can see that, but he's a... this was his older model. And the problem was with this model is that he was very top heavy, so he would like fall over and stuff like that. Like I said, I'll have to post pictures up inside the Discord so y'all can see it better, but I'm really excited for that model next year, and ever since Panda brought it to my attention, it just seeded my love for the Necrons that much more. Like, I hope they kind of like if they do this for the Nightbringer, I want them to do the same thing for the Shard of the Deceiver, which is another Satan god, and that dude is really cool. He's another really cool guy, and I think y'all seen it before, but just in case, I'll bring this back over here, because I do have one of the Satan gods, and he is the Void Dragon, which is he's like the biggest one out of all of the Satan. Let's see here. There you. Alright. This is the guy. This is one of the Satan gods, and I painted, and this is one that I painted recently. But yeah, he's one of the Satan gods that tricked the Necrons into helping them fight the Great Old Ones. And in lore, he is now dead. but in my army, he is very much alive, and very much of a beast as he was back in the day. So I'll put him right there so he can watch too, I guess. Oh yeah, well, I need to finish doing this first before I get the lead belcher out for painting the other part. Oh yeah, I was working on this here. Actually I do need that light a little bit. There we go. Alright. Had to get into the smaller brushes now, because there's some nooks and crannies I can't get with the big brush. But at some point, once I get a couple other paints that I want, there's a few ideas I want to do to add some more effects to these guys. Because my dream objective to these Necrons is I want to make them look just like how the lore I want to make them look how like the lore would be. So if they went to sleep for eons on like whatever planet they were on at the time, whether they were fighting, whether they were doing something or reconnaissance, or even just patrolling their tomb world, you know, I want them to look like they've been asleep and maybe nature has overtaken parts of them. I even have like vines and forest moss and stuff like that to put on these guys, but I also want to put like a couple of different textures on here to make it look like maybe the metal has been like phasing away to you know, to like to nature being overtaken by growth, and like for my what do you call it, for my Triarch Stalker, like I have vines and stuff that I want to wrap around his legs and stuff to show that like he's been stuck on a forest planet, and then because Zarek has finally called forth the Necrons to reawaken, to retake the galaxy, and to find a way to become a sentient race again, they're starting to wake up and get moving again, and they will continue. If there's life on a planet, they'll quell it out before they move forward and reconvene with their king. And I guess in this case he would be the level of a Primarch in their eyes. But strangely enough, most Necrons can't think for themselves. Only a say few can. And that's those that actually were able to keep their consciousness intact once they went through the biotransference. And biotransference is a very, very weird thing. It's like, that's why the Necrons look the way they do, because they the consciousness was taken out of their original forms and placed into these metallic bodies that were basically modeled or shaped into the form of what the Satan would deem worthy. I think that's good for that front part there. Look over here. I really do like that weapon bronze. That's cool. Okay. And I was sitting here thinking I wasn't going to have enough Necrons to paint, and I still got these guys here too. These are some of those kit bash models I was telling about before. They're Necrons, but they're in wearing Kroot bodies. Kroot used to be a form, well, Kroot are a form of Tau, which is another faction. Okay. Where's, oh, there we go. I need the rough iron. That's what I was looking for. So, yeah, it's rough iron. When I first put it on here, it looks super dark, but once it sets in, the metal looks really cool. I can't wait to get an actual camera that can actually see what I'm doing, and it'll have better quality, can go up to 100 frames per second. It's gonna be a very nice quality stream very soon. I just gotta bide my time until next month, and then I'm ordering it. Okay. I'm sure y'all won't be able to tell it just yet, but it'll come around soon. I'll show y'all once I get done applying it to these locations. Wow, that's such a tricky spot. That will pass in no time? Yeah, you're right about that. It definitely will. So I can't wait to show y'all, like, yeah, I can't wait for y'all to be able to see it, because this camera I'm looking at, like I said, it's like a $100 camera, but it's supposed to be really good. It's got a lot of good ratings and stuff like that, a lot of reviews, and I even watched a couple videos on it, so I'm super excited to show y'all once I get a hold of it. It's gonna make the stream that much more cooler, and y'all be able to see more like detail and quality and stuff like that. And I'm hoping as the more I paint too, the better I'll get as well. But I mean, that always happens. That's something that you do continuously, right? I don't know if you can see it yet, but if you look closely enough, right here, so, right here, I don't know if y'all can see it or not, but, oh crap, okay, I know for certain, right here, I know the brown's kind of hard to see at the moment. That's why I really wish I had that camera, but like I said, this is, as long as everybody bears with me when they do come in and watch, they just got to get through the agony of not seeing very well for at least a little over a month, but not much over. I'm gonna say, but what are you working on right now in Minecraft, though, Lou? What do you mean the old base got too small? Should've just made it bigger. But, I mean, that'll work too. Where are you gonna build it at now? Are you gonna build it inside a mountain? You're gonna build it, well, where are you thinking about building it at? And I think I'm gonna do evil chrome for around the energy parts on that. I just thought about something. This thing is going to be insane to paint once I get to the interior part. I just realized there's a whole, oh yeah, in a mountain. To be honest, that would be the best way to go about it, really. All the ore and stuff are in there. All the components you need to be able to make stuff. Or at least most of it, anyway. Except other people's houses. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, I wanted to show. So, under the gun, I have to paint up under here too. And then I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do that. I guess I'm just gonna have to do it very carefully. There's some really. I was gonna say this thing might take me a little while to build, paint. It'll be worth it though once I'm done. Is that coming out a little more? Yes, it is. If I can just position. Perfect. I was wondering if I could get it up in there. I think I'm gonna do gold on that piece there. original base was next to the other people's houses, so it's quite a small space. Yeah. So yeah, then it would be good to build inside a mountain. Become the Mountain King. In the Hall of the Mountain King. Okay. Well, guess there's no time like the present. More water. Where's the excess? I think it's like that. Now, I don't know if y'all can see that a little better. You probably could. So like right here, that's like a brush metal that I did, and it actually kind of pairs nice with the weapon bronze. So like you got a dark brown, and then you got like this lighter gold pattern. I'd say in person it looks good. Be counting down the days till October. Nice. I was able to get the spot that I wanted. check on the other channels. Checking out your streams, and I seriously love your vibe. It's so much fun to watch. I think we'd have some awesome time collabing, playing some games. If you're down, just link up on just. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're liking the stream there. Really, Ashley 23. I've just been steadily wanting to. I've been just wanting to get into painting, and painting's been a lot of fun for me so far. So it's, you know, it's just something to do. You're more than welcome to come and hang out with me and stuff like that. But yeah, I can see about getting like a thing for the Discord or something like that. I really don't have a full-on Discord channel per se that I use for like my streaming stuff yet, which I'm working on doing here soon. But once I do, though, I'd be more than happy to add you to the channel, and I'll get you, I'll get you in there and come hang out, and we could definitely play some games and all that good stuff. I'm always up for having a good time. And then nothing going on in the world of YouTube. But anyway, back to painting. Okay, now I'm starting to see there's a lot more to this that I need. I'm sure the Necrons sitting in their seats right now while sitting upside down in this is probably wondering, like, why in the hell has he got us upside down? Thankfully, I'm a robot and I don't get dizzy. Well, I don't know. His gyroscope might get messed up. I don't know. Maybe. Be honest, if I was these two Necron units that are sitting inside this thing right now, I would have been like, man, this is not the roller coaster ride that I signed up for. Like, why are we sitting up down? All of my fuel cells are going straight to my optic nerves. funny enough, I was watching a little bit of Warhammer stuff the other day, and there is a war that I'm actually curious about, that I kind of want to read up on. And the funny thing is that that it's a war that's going on between the orcs, the Tyranids, and I believe it was the World Eaters. I want to say it was, the World Eaters. Kind of want to read about that war because there was a lot of interesting things that went down and shook out at that time. And actually, I think the war between the orcs and the Tyranids are still going on. It's like the perfect storm between the two. So let's say, for instance, you're let's say, for instance, that you're over at a what's it called? Oh man, I lost my train of thought. Damn it. Oh well. If it comes back to me, I'm gonna say I'll remember it. Oh, that's what it was. Imagine going to a war that will never end, because in a sense the orcs and the Tyranids would be like a match made in heaven. And the reason why I say that is because Tyranids need to be able to consume biomass to be able to get stronger and to like strengthen their ranks. So they consume so the biomass they consume would be like flesh and blood and just any living properties. They literally will eat entire planets if given the chance. And in the Octaria sector, there is a fight going on between the orcs and the Tyranids, and like so far, and the orcs they love to wa, which is to go to war. Like if they ain't wa'ing, then they go find some place to wa. And so what happens is that there is a mob boss, or I say mob boss. He's like actually one of the biggest orc so far in orc history, and he goes by the name of Ghazghul Thraka. And that dude is a monster of a being. He's a very, very big orc, the biggest out of all the orcs. And and the funny thing was, he actually died. And because he was such a crazy mob boss, his fellow orcs decided that we need to bring him back to life. We need to rebuild him. So they literally took like parts of dead orcs that were laying about on the ground or on the battlefield. One orc even ripped out his own heart for the boss. One orc actually ripped out his own heart in order to be able to give Ghazghul Thraka a heart to be able to live. And I know that was a little bit of a side note about Ghazghul, but the thing is that there was a time where Ghazghul Thraka was getting bored and wanted to find somewhere else to go to wa. And his long idyllic dream was to wage war all the way across the galaxy, from one side to the other. And he and mind you, this and all this stuff that I'm saying, I'm just spouting off of memory from what I've read or what I've heard. But Ghazghul Thraka catches wind of a war going on over in the Octaria sector, and decides that he wants to go fight in the Octaria sector. So when he gets over there, there's already orc clans over there fighting and killing and just having a hell of a time with the Tyranids. But because of Ghazghkull Thraka, he was able to rally all the other clan members, was able to get them to join under one banner, which was his. And then he organized them to be a very, very destructive unit against the Tyranids, and they actually started taking ground. They started to move forward, started to put the pressure on the Tyranids, and they looked like they were actually winning. And then afterwards, after being there for a while and like teaching all the orcs like different methods and stuff like that, tactics that he picked up over the years. And the cool thing is that when an orc dies, essentially their consciousness or their memories from their past life will be brought into their memories of their next birth. And when an orc fights, they actually release spores out onto the battlefield, and these spores are how they reproduce. The spores will literally lay about the ground, and within a short amount of time, a fully grown orc will come springing up out of the ground ready to fight. And the cool thing is that that it just made that this battle has been going on, and it's actually making both the Tyranids and the orcs better at warfare. And so at one point in time, Ghazghkull Thraka got bored with that again, got bored being there. So what he did was his main goal for going there was to get some really strong followings, like some really strong orcs, more guns, more technology. So he essentially went there basically to buff his ranks, and he did exactly just that. And the dude's an absolute beast of a character. I can't wait to get a hold of him, because just so y'all see, I don't have Ghazghkull Thraka yet, but I do have orcs. And I plan on, and yes, this is my artwork that I did. This is an orc that I painted. And just to kind of show you, one thing I love about orcs is that they can take anything that you can possibly imagine. Like, they can take two sticks, put them together, and call it a gun. And if they believe in it hard enough, it will be a gun, and it will fire. But that's why I think orcs are some of the most powerful creatures in the galaxy, because if you believe in something enough, it becomes reality. And that creature that he's holding in his hand is actually a child of his. That is another form of orc, and they call it a squig. And squigs are used for everything. Anything and everything. A food source, a tool, something like a weapon storage container. Like, these guys are used for every single thing, which I thought was really interesting, I guess, for that. But at some point, once I have my Necrons and my Dark Angels where I want them to be, I'm going to have an orc army, and I want to wah. The orcs are so badass, and I can't wait. Like just so y'all know, like, these are going to be my Dark Angels. Some of these guys here, these are from the new Saturnine box. And like I said the other day, I finally put these guys, I put all of them together. This is a Saturnine Terminator, but the cool thing about the Horus Heresy is that you can paint these guys in whatever style you want, and that's who they'll be. And so, like, I mean, look at the detail on this guy. Like, I can't wait to paint this. This thing is insane. But as you see here, though, I have these are going to be my Dark Angels. Funny enough, I know Ultramarines are supposed to be blue, but this is my style of an Ultramarine. and this is something that I have worked on recently. I still have a lot more work to do. I still want to paint his face. I haven't done that yet. I want to get some paints that actually make his face look like a real face. But this is my style. But I wanted to do my style of Ultramarines because, don't get me wrong, I like the color blue, but orange is my favorite color. And yes, I hand drew that Ultramarine symbol on there as well. So that's another thing I've been really enjoying, is like doing the stuff. And as you see, I made him look. This was the very first Ultramarine that I painted, and he looks absolutely incredible. I had help with this guy at the start, but all the other stuff that I've done to him, like the gun, the blood that drips down his armor, like all this stuff, other than when I first started painting him, I had help from a couple of my buddies at the paint shop, but this guy looks absolutely incredible. Like, I mean, hell, look at, like, my buddy Don even made that gun look like, or the holster for that gun look really cool. But that's what my Ultramarines are going to look like once I get done with them. So essentially what I have right now, I have Necrons, I have Orcs, Dark Angels, and Ultramarines. And that's, and there's another thing that I would like to do, but I'm going to wait until I have all the other stuff that I've been wanting to do. So, like, once I get my new camera for my streams, once I get a few other paints, I'm going to be collecting a whole bunch of different armies. Essentially, I want to definitely get started on the Orcs. That's going to be another one of my go-to things that I want to do. There's another army that I've been looking at, wanting to get a hold of too, and that is the Death Guard. I love everything about the Death Guard. Actually, one of the reasons why I want to get a hold of the Death Guard is because of the model for the Great Unclean One. He is going to be a piece to my D&D campaign, because you can use these figures also for like D&D campaigns or just anything. Like these, like they don't have to be for a tabletop war game, but I mean, I'm going to play them with for a tabletop war game, but essentially you don't have to, but you can use these guys for for like really cool models. I would like to get into doing panoramas at some point in time, which I think would be really cool. Like essentially I kind of want to, like once I get done painting my all of the Necrons that I have currently, I actually am looking forward to doing like a panorama look to where I have all of my Necrons and all of my Dark Angels like squared off against each other, because they're like the two biggest armies that I have currently. So I definitely have like, I have probably like 2,100, maybe roughly about 2,200 points worth of Necrons, which is like just a little over 100 something models that I have currently. And then the Saturnine box, which were these guys right here, I have 100 model. Well, no, not 100. I have 50 models from that box, because that's how many came in it, and it has like and those 50 models within that box is the equivalent to roughly around like 1,800 to 1,900 points by itself. So already it's almost a 2,000 point army, which is kind of the goal. And I plan on getting some other stuff. Like, essentially for my Dark Angels, I kind of want to get more tanks. Well, I want to get tanks. I don't have a single tank yet, but I have like a turret. I have a dreadnought over there. I mean, those are my two big heavy stuff. But I want to get a hold of like a really, really big, what's it called? I want to get a hold of some really big tanks, like a couple of transports to be able to carry units in to get them further into the battlefield, so they don't have to be killed off before they get to where I need them to. You know, just there's a lot of things I want to do. There's so many things I want to do, and so much I have to like work on getting in order to make it happen. But I promise you though, these streams are going to be getting a lot better. I'm hoping that my artwork is going to be improving as I go too. I've been really striving to do great things with painting, and with as much that people will like my stuff, it's definitely given me more of motivation to want to do this stuff, you know. Yeah. Oh, I know I got completely off topic again. So back to the Octarius War for the Orcs and the Tyranids. After Ghazghkull Thrako left, with the Orc boys and Mech boys and Weird boys and stuff like that, all the Orcs that he took with him, there were still more than enough Orcs on the planet to be able to keep the war going. With the to keep the war going with the Tyranids. So the Octarius, so the war over in the Octarius sector is still going on right now. But Ghazghkull Thraka is on a campaign to wage war across the galaxy. So after he left, the Word Bearers, not Word Bearers, the World Eaters. I don't know why I keep saying Word Bearers. I got Word Bearers on the mind apparently. But no, the World Eaters ended up showing up, and they wanted to, and they saw this as an opportunity to be able to offer up skulls to Karn, or to Khorne. Khorne is the chaos demon of pretty much like, I mean, he's basically a war god, essentially. He is a chaos war god, and he is a very nasty individual. But the faction that sided with him because of the Primarch Angron, they the World Eaters are under his banner, and they just like the Orcs, they want nothing but war. Blood for the Blood Gods, skulls for the Skull Throne. And every bit of that is I mean, it's super badass. So when they got over to the Octarius sector and saw that the Tyranids and the Orcs were just going absolute ham on the battlefield against each other, they were like, oh, this is a great opportunity. Let's go kill these guys and offer their skulls to the throne. And I can't remember his name, but there was one Chaos Space Marine in particular that killed the most Orcs and Tyranids and offered up the most skulls out of everybody that was fighting there. That he made Angron, and because Angron became the Demon Primarch, so he's like the second in command next to Khorne. But Khorne was so pleased with his work, and so was Angron, that he actually got promoted to a demon. So he went from being just a Chaos Space Marine to a Demon Prince, and it's pretty interesting. And the thing is like, I think the World Eaters, Tyranids, and Orcs are all still fighting. If I am wrong, if there is anybody that ends up like seeing the stream and I'm wrong, please correct me, because I want to know the stuff better. But from what I understand, that's what's going on. And I do know the Octarius sector is an actual war that's going on in Warhammer. I did have confirmation on that. But really, really cool stuff. Like I said, everything I've learned about Warhammer has been really cool. I love everything about it. And funny enough, people make jokes about Dark Angels because during the Horus Heresy, because that's essentially when everything went down with the Dark Angels, Lionel Johnson, who is the Primarch for the Dark Angels, actually went on a campaign of his own to help regain control of more planets for the Emperor, for the Imperium. But he went on a great crusade pretty much while the Horus Heresy was going on, and left one of his best friends, who also was the one that found him on the planet of Caliban and was brought into the Knights Order of Caliban. His name was Luther. Luther was the one that found Lionel Johnson out in the woods and also befriended him and taught him everything he knew. And then even went as far as to so when it came time to choose a Primarch leader for the Dark Angels, or not for the Dark Angels. It was time to choose a lead. They were supposed to be choosing a leader for the Knights of Caliban, and Luther actually suggested Lionel Johnson to be the one to do it. And shortly after that, the Emperor actually caught wind of where the lion was and went to that planet and told him who he was, told him that he was his father, and that he had a whole army just waiting for him to come home and to take command. And he, I'm trying to remember now. I can't remember. But essentially, essentially he took control. He agreed to join his father, pled fealty to the Emperor to fight in his name, and then he even brought Luther with him, along with the Knights of Caliban, into the fold, along with the rest of the Legion that was waiting for him. And he actually, at one point in time, because Caliban was their home world, he actually put Luther in charge to protect their home planet while he was doing the bidding of the Emperor. And while he was gone, Luther ended up, for some reason, he started becoming jealous of the lion, and because of his jealousy for Lionel Johnson was starting to spark, he was easily corruptible to chaos, and was able to turn a good bit of the Dark Angels into he was able to get them to side with chaos over the lion. And when the lion came back, he saw that his brethren became what they would be known as the Fallen. And essentially, he, of course, he was devastated. The man that raised that brought him into the fold and taught him everything hated him and was wanting to kill him. If you ask me, that'd be pretty heartbreaking. But after that happened, he killed Luther without hesitation, and him and the rest of his the Space Marines that he had with him killed off anybody else that was there. But before he could get rid of destroy them all, they dipped out before they could. And ever since then, the Dark Angels have never been able to find. They will never. They don't believe they'll be able to redeem themselves until they have taken care of all of their brethren that had sided with Chaos. So no honor can be gained until they are destroyed. Let's see. But yeah, I'm gonna say the world of Warhammer is very interesting. Just as much as there is like dark and horrifying things that are happening in the galaxy, there are also some very humorous and interesting things as well. Been told a story about this one guy, and he's actually part of the Astra Militarum, which is like essentially they would be they would basically be the regular military, if you will, in our eyes. But there's one guy who's actually in the role of a commander, and I can't remember where he was fighting, but this guy was supposed to be like the biggest coward. Like he was so scared of any kind of conflict or any kind of war that every bad situation he got into, he always found a way to get out of it. Like the biggest coward with the biggest luck roll is out there, and he gets himself out of some very, very interesting situations. And I wouldn't be able to tell you what those situations are just yet. I want to get the book and read it. I'm gonna have to borrow it from my buddy Panda and see. But pretty funny that there's a guy that's like completely scared out of his damn mind and is in a commanding position and takes the coward's way out, hides in like weird places and stuff like that while the rest of his men are getting slaughtered. Like dude's definitely a 100% scaredy cat in that regards, but it does make for an interesting story. There's always something happening in the world of Warhammer, and that's what I like about it. To be honest, I feel like it's almost as rich as human history. And I love learning history. I've always been interested in like I wouldn't say necessarily war, but just there are certain things that like really grab my interest when it comes to learning about what has happened in the past. And I strongly believe if we don't learn from history, we're doomed to repeat it. Change my mind. But other than that, though, I love the lore and history of Warhammer. There's so many cool things. You could throw a rock and hit something in the world of Warhammer, and you'll always stumble upon something very interesting, very crazy, very wild. But yeah, I want to get a hold of the Death Guard at some point because of the Great Unclean One, which would be Nurgle, which is the chaos god of pestilence. He is a very interesting character for somebody that likes to make poisons and things that can kill people. He's a very loving father. He loves his children. Anybody that comes into his fold, he welcomes them with open arms. And he's like, yeah, you're going to be plagued with a lot of illnesses, but you're going to be immortal, and you won't feel any of it. But you'll be my child all the same. Like, bruh. Like, what are you doing with yourself? But no, that's I thought it was really interesting because of like how Nurgle is. It's like weird for somebody to be a chaos god and to be a loving father, even if it's for all the wrong reasons. It's the fact that it's still a bonding of love and kinship to those that he calls kin, you know. But other than that, I think it's really cool. Plus, the Primarch that he got a hold of to be his champion was Mortarion, and the model for Mortarion looks absolutely incredible. I love everything about it. I even seen there was one person. I don't know who did it, and I don't by any means, but there was a picture that my buddy Panda showed me, and there was it was a picture of a the model of Mortarion, the demon Primarch for the Death Guard. He actually, to be honest, he actually didn't want to be part of Chaos. He's kind of a grumpy individual, but he ended up becoming part of the Death Guard, and he, but besides the point though, his model is really huge. Like, he's actually bigger. He's actually bigger than this guy here, and this is a pretty big model. But he's like a lot wider, got really big wings. Basically looks like Death incarnate. But somebody did an art style where they painted actual eyeballs into his wings, which was really crazy looking. And I can't make this up. Like, this is 100% true. Like, the artwork has this guy literally made it look like down to the finest detail. Like, if you were to look at a human eye, like how you would see like the different color variations, like maybe if somebody had hazel eyes and there was like maybe a tint of like blue or something in there, like you would see like the waves and colors and marks inside the actual color of your iris. And then and he didn't do just like one or two. He had like 3 or 4 eyes on each wing, which was it was a gorgeous piece of art. Never seen anything like it before, but whoever did that, shout out to you, because that's incredible. I aspire to be able to paint like that. I would love more than anything to be able to paint something like that. That'd be crazy. Like, could you imagine? Like, could you imagine being able to make something look like it has real eyeballs in it? That'd be kind of scary to see from somebody's shelf at night. Have nightmares. Me, I was gonna be like, that's awesome. But definitely something that I aspire to be able to do one day. That would be amazing. But who knows? If I paint long enough. I'm 31 now. Let's see what happens in the next 10-20 years. Maybe I might have some really cool stuff under my belt for this stuff. And mind you, it's not only going to be Warhammer models that I'll be painting. I'm also going to be getting hold of some other models that I've been looking at that look really cool and have some very, very interesting artwork that I would love to be able to bring to life. There's a few of them I was looking at, and I definitely want to get a hold of some like D&D models to paint. And I do have one D&D model currently that I was working on, that I'm still working on, that I need to finish at some point. Let me show you. This is one of my D&D models that I've been working on. This is a young red dragon that I've been painting, and so far I've done every bit of this that I've painted. I got a lot of touch-ups that I need to do, honestly. A couple spots that could be touched up, but overall he's a really cool looking dragon. I still got to do the fireball that's supposed to be sitting in his mouth as well, but yeah, this is essentially one of the this is like my first D&D model I got a hold of that I'm working on painting, and I still got a little more to do, but he's coming along very nicely. Say hell if y'all want to see, just because I actually like, this is some of my Necrons I still have left to paint, but essentially that's like what I have left is essentially all on this tray, other than the new ones that I got a hold of not too long ago. So I'm very close to actually finishing painting my army for the Necrons, at least for the time being, until I get some more pieces for it, which there are a few that I want to get a hold of. And then just to kind of show y'all how close I am to being done painting the Necrons, I have another tray here. I have a tray here of a fully painted set, -1. But that's so essentially almost all of my Necrons are done. Almost. But as that old saying goes, almost is nothing more than a box of horseshoes and hand grenades. So it ain't over until it's over. But I would like to get to a point where I can say, yeah, I'm done painting Necrons for a little while. But until that day comes, we just gonna keep on going. Which, now it's time for me to break out some white paint, because I kind of want to do... do I want to do bone? No, I'm going to do dead white, so I can... because there's a couple of spots that I want to paint with white paint here. I'm glad you like... I'm glad you're liking the dragon, Lou. That dragon... I've had it for a little while. I still need to finish him. There's a couple... like, I need to clean up, if I can find the fireball. So, here we go. So, I kind of messed up on the fireball. This is the fireball I've been working on, and I'm going to, I'm going to turn that light off so y'all can see a little better. But, this is the fireball that I'm working on. I need to, there's some things that I want to do to make this look a lot better, because on camera, it don't look so bad. But in person, it don't look very great. So my goal is I'm gonna like basically clean all this paint off of this, and then I'm going to I'm gonna use a whole so I found out that the best way to paint stuff like this, if it's clear, is using like wash, like contrast paints, really thin paints. So like this here, this is a shade, but it's also a wash. This is Fuegan Orange. So I'm going to try to use a little bit of this, and I'm going to see about kind of implementing maybe some Nolan oil, or maybe or Agrax Earthshade. Where's it at? I have it here somewhere. Agrax, where are you at, Agrax? Well, that's Nolan oil, but where's the other one? There you are, hiding in plain sight. Agrax Earthshade. This is another really good shade. It's another kind of wash. So my goal is I kind of want to use this and the Fuegan Orange to be able to make a to make it look more like it, because when you see fire, you essentially see like black smoke that billows with it, right? Just like any fire, you're gonna see smoke. So the idea is like maybe on the edges of the fireball, I'm going to be doing something along the lines of like putting some of that earth shade on there to make it look like it's dark on parts that have already like billowed out past his mouth, because at some point, you know. And then another thing I want to do is I want to be able to take, like, for his base, I want to make it look like scorched earth, because I feel like with a young red dragon, like, he breathes fire, the ground's gonna be burnt. They love that kind of stuff, you know. So I think that's kind of what I want to do for that once I get to that point, but I haven't gotten there yet. But all in due time. All in due time. Let's see, let me change my paintbrush here for a second. Need something that's a tiny bit more thinner. Need something a lot thinner, actually. This might be it right here. Nice little fine point. But now we are going to... There's a couple of spots that I want to add some white to. But I need them to be in like some very tiny, tight little grooves. Also, kind of want to paint, well, there's a spot, yeah, I need to paint this right here. Very tiny little spot here. to touch it up a little bit. Essentially, that's that little tiny piece right up there on the front. That's what I'm working on at the moment. Kind of want to break my magnifying glass out a little bit to kind of eye this a little better, but at the same time, though, I just... Oh man, I got it on part of the top metal. Oh well. Easy fix, easy fix. Easy, easy fix. See if I can get to that back side a little better. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Trying to remember if there was a couple other spots. Yep, I do. There's a couple other spots I want to paint white as well. I'm going to be adding a technical color that's going to make it glow. I also kind of want to put it in these slits here. I don't know if I want to paint the hoses this time because of like all the spots where I want to put this technical paint at, because I really wanted to make it stand out. Like, the idea is that it has power coursing through it via the satan. So as you see the green here and stuff like that, it's supposed to be a technical color. I didn't do very good. There's some things I got to touch up on it to make it look more legit. Like, actually, I think what it is, I need to do like a... I don't know if that's helping at all or not. Does that look like it's a little bit more glowy? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. But we'll see. That's just something I'm going to have to work on. I think I'm going to need to use like some Lamy and medium to kind of lighten it up a little bit. Let's see. And I'm not going to go too crazy on, well, I'm not going to be like too finicky about how I paint, because the cool thing about this is that, like, you know, you get to see, like, yeah, it's gonna be messy at first, but that's, like I said before, the cool thing is that you can go back and touch it up and it'll look super cool. That's why some of the stuff that I have now looks the way it does, because I just go ham, just go crazy with it, come back, and you'll be surprised of what you're going to have come out of this once it's all said and done, which is also what I'm looking forward to. But I guess for now I'll just do that. Now do I want to, yeah, I kind of do. And this is all for science. No, I'm kidding. For Warhammer. Yeah. This is my typical fun time now. I like doing stuff like this. I've been really enjoying it. Can't wait to show y'all like all the cool stuff once it's all said and done. Like, I'm actually excited to see this thing fully painted. Essentially, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm applying white to areas that I'm going to have glowing. And then I'll be getting into, like, focusing on some of the other paints. And with this being charged with Satan energy, gotta make it gotta look the part, right? Not gonna lie, the beat's kind of hitting right now. Damn it. Why do they put this in such weird positioning? Oh man, that's gonna be difficult. Okay, I might actually have to bring my magnifying glass out for this. Hold on, I gotta move that cord out of my way. Sorry, cord, but you need to sit on the other side of the gods. There we go. Alright. Felt like I was going cross-eyed trying to see this thing. Hold on just a second, I'll be right back. Because the light would be too bright on that, so I just need to do this real quick. There was a spot that I really couldn't get to that I was having a hard time with. Alright, there we go. Let's see. This should be dry now, so I should be able to hold it right there. Maybe I can get this just a tiny bit better now that I'm sitting at this angle. Haha! Take that, society! I figured it out. Aha! Yes, sir. Now that would have been cool if I'd have been able to get like some lighting on the inside of the thrusters on the back here. That would have been cool. But I don't think I have anything like that or could do anything like that right now. and these spots that I'm painting white right now are going to be looking in the style of white for a little while, because I want to paint some of the other stuff first before I go back and add these technical colors and stuff like that, because I know once I do, I'm going to have to go back and touch up a whole bunch of stuff, and I really don't want to, like, essentially I don't want to have to keep like going back and forth on it for right now, so we're just going to actually make sure. Now this is a real trick right here. Okay, let's see how well I do with this here. Alright, Lou, I appreciate you stopping in and watching the stream for a little bit, and I'm glad you're liking the lore and stuff. I'm sorry, I could sit here and spout Warhammer stuff all day long if I get the opportunity to, so, but I hope you have a good night, and I'll see you on next time. Yeah, love everything about the lore of Warhammer. Some of the coolest things that I've ever learned, or that I've ever heard of, like, some of the, it's just badasses. I don't think I've ever known anything like it before. Like, I've played a lot of video games and stuff like that. I've done a lot of things in my life and heard a lot of cool stuff, but I don't think I've heard of anything that sounds as crazy or as wild as, like, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen anything as wild as, like, Warhammer, I guess, for, in a sense. But yeah, I'm gonna say, if something has like a really cool story to it, it somehow always ends up like finding a way to get a hold of me better. Like I get like drawn in, and then I just can't stop. So as y'all see, there's etchings and markings in that little crevice right there, and that's what I'm working on right now. And to be honest with you, it takes a very, very light touch to be able to make that without making a mess. And I'm sure, as you see, my hands are literally like shaking right now, like, model shaking. It calls for a gentle touch on this one. I don't know if y'all can see it, but I'm sure y'all can see just a tiny bit of white starting to show up in this one little spot that I'm looking at here. Oh, that one got just a tiny bit messy. Not too bad though. Need to be just a tiny bit lighter. And if you ever want to do something like this, the trick is like, if you were to do something, something as intricate as these little symbols that are marked into it, in order to be able to get it to look like that without touching the background, just when you think that you're going as light as you possibly can, go lighter. Like, if you were able to come down it, like if you're able to go down it vertically, like if you were to take the brush and set it horizontally against the line, you could, against the etchings, you could do it like that too. Or you can just very, very gently just touch the tops of them. But you want to do it to where, even if it's just a little tiny dot at a time, just take your time with it. And the beautiful thing about when it comes to painting and doing stuff like this, it's never a race. Never be scared. Don't be afraid to mess up. That was one thing when I first started painting. That was what I was always afraid of. I was afraid that I was going to screw up. I was afraid that it wasn't going to look good. But if you take your time with it, you're bound to make something look very, very cool. Which is what we're trying to do here. Oop, touch the sides just a tiny bit. We're so close. Just need to add just a little bit more paint so that it looks a little bit more predominantly on there. Yeah, there we go. Those little tiny etchings without even touching the background piece. And that's going to glow at some point once I get ready to do that as well. But yeah, the lighter your hand is, the lighter the touch is when you're working on something like that. The more it'll, yeah, the more you work at it, the more you do stuff like this, the better you'll get at it too. Like, just being able to hit those, like, oh man. I was sitting here like stressing, thinking I was gonna hit the background. But we out here though, we doing it. So I think next I want to work on more of the gun. I think that's what I'm going to do. Work on more of the gun. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do. Alright. So we need some evil chrome. To be honest, I really need to retouch up the weapon bronze on the front of the gun. This is another one of my favorite colors right here, and just to kind of give you all an idea of what evil chrome looks like, got a perfect example right here sitting on my table. The color on this Necron, I don't know, maybe a little bit of, I don't know, maybe a little bit of light. I don't know if that'll help a little better. But yeah, this color right here, that's evil chrome. And to be honest, I like the way my Necrons look like this. Like, usually they're just straight up silver, like just metal bodies, but I wanted to give them something, like if they're gonna look like a bad guy, gotta make them look the part, right? Like, I think this guy looks incredible. For just a little bit of paint and a little bit of time, this guy looks neat. But that's what evil chrome looks like. And here's another one that I did in the style of evil chrome. This is one of my Lich Guard. This guy looks really cool. He's got a sword and shield. Funny thing was, when I did this, when I worked on this guy here, if you notice, like, the way he's standing, he's slouched. And funny enough, that was because of his shield. When I was first putting these guys together, and I had to glue his top half to his his lower half. And when I did, I glued it. I glued the inside, and then I set him down. I guess I didn't hold him long enough, and the shield was heavy enough to make him slouch like this. But in all honesty, it makes him look all the more intimidating. Like, I just think that's really neat. Like I said, I can't wait to get a new camera for you guys to be able to see better. Like, man, I need October to get here now. Sorry, September. Wake me up when it's over. I mean, I could order it now, but I just don't want to. I don't want to string myself out. You know, been trying to be good, trying to save a little bit of money. Especially if I want to get more Warhammer stuff, gotta have money for Warhammer. Yeah. Alright. But aside from that, now we are going to get into retouching up some of this evil chrome that I got sitting right here. I guess that wasn't mixed up very well. So, I'm going to retouch up some of the... Time to retouch up some of the stuff here. The only reason why I'm retouching up parts of the gun here is because of, I guess, from me handling the model, some of the paint has been kind of wearing away a little bit. But hopefully that won't be much longer. Oops. And I just noticed I'm probably going to need to retouch up some of the Runefang steel as well on this gun. And I know earlier I was talking about a whole bunch of lore and stuff like that from Warhammer, but if any of y'all that are watching me is curious about the world of Warhammer, I definitely recommend going and looking up some of the books for Warhammer, like not the codexes, not the rule books, but actual stories written about the stuff that happened in Warhammer, about the actual history and heritage of everything that went down. Probably the one that I would recommend a lot of people to look at if you're interested is to go and read about the Horus Heresy. Now, mind you, in the Black Library there are over 600 different books, all spanning about all the different factions, every single one of them. But the one that I would recommend reading about, because it was one of the biggest moments in Warhammer history, and it like set the tone for a lot of things to happen, and that is the Horus Heresy. Which is also why, and that's who these guys are from. These are going to be my Horus Heresy models. So, and like, you know, guys that look like this. Oh, this is really cool too. This is one of my sergeants that I built the other not too long ago. He's got a thunder claw on his hand. But these guys are from the 31st millennium in the world of Warhammer, so they're gonna be, but yeah, they're from the Horus Heresy. That's where they'll be. But definitely recommend 100% go read about the Horus Heresy. Or if you don't have time to be able to read the books, you could easily look up like YouTube videos and all kinds of stuff, and you'll find all kinds of things about the Horus Heresy. But it's a really good and interesting piece of like I would say it's like a really interesting piece of lore that really set the stage for a lot of stuff to happen in the world of Warhammer. Like, the Chaos Gods were pretty predominant, but they weren't as predominant as they are in 40k, because now they're like, I don't know, I feel like they're more powerful than they ever have been. Give me just a second. Alright, let's see here. Real quick, because I know one person that was... See here. There you go. Really, Ashley, too. If you're still watching, I did go ahead and send you a friend request on Steam. So you're more welcome to. If you're ever on and interested to hear more about my painting, or if you're wanting to play a game or something like that sometime, more than happy to hang out and game with people that are interested in watching what I'm doing with my stream and stuff like that. Actually, I need to fix something on my stream here that I want to change. Kind of curious to why I can't see. Okay. Let's see here. We're just taking just a brief breather for a second. Up here for anybody that comes in and watches. But yeah. Anyway. Oh. So here. so let's set the right way for this. Okay, cool. Alright. So far, nobody's around there. I'm just gonna...
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, what up, Rusky? What you up to?
Just chilling.
Heck yeah.
I was wondering what everybody was doing, thinking about playing some more Rivals and stuff. All right, you're still painting on stream?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still
Hello.
painting. Yeah, everybody, this is my brother, the Lovely Shot. If ain't...
It's me.
That's right. The one and the only. The legendary Lovely Shot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been...
Baby? Oh, yeah.
Hello. Hello, Rachel.
Nima said hello. Rachel said hello.
Alright. Okay, so... Ouch. Keep bumping my damn arm. I need me a little bit of Rune Fang steel. This is another really cool paint. I really like this one. I like how bright the silver looks. Actually, let's use this thing here to get me some paint onto the canvas here. I'm going to just make this nice little happy little pile of paint right here. But yeah, I've been, I don't know, I've been having a hankering to paint again now that I'm finally done building my Saturnine box. I finished them the other day, which I've been waiting to be done with. So now the next thing I got to do is get some more primer for my for the models that I need to prime, and then they'll be ready to be painted. Looking forward to doing a like a Templar like a Templar style for my Dark Angels. And
That'd be cool.
Yeah, the Great Crusades was one of my favorite time periods of history to learn about. Mainly because of like the amount of cultural diversity that happened in that time frame, but also like the armors and stuff that the knights wore and stuff like that were always really intriguing to me.
Yeah.
And I like and I like it, you know, it's something I've always been interested in, and so I figured.
Yeah, I think it'd be really cool, man.
Yeah, so I figured why not implement like a style that I want to do into the scheme of what I'm going for. I mean, hell, I got orange ultramarines, yeah. But they're ultramarines. I'm getting paint on my hand. Whoops. But yeah, I was telling the stream earlier about a war that I heard about in Warhammer that is still ongoing and has not ceased yet. And it actually is a war between orcs and Tyranids. It's like essentially orcs and Tyranids are like a match made in heaven. Because in order for Tyranids to be able to become stronger and to be able to, you know, get bigger and become more of a threat, they have to be able to consume biomass. And orcs, they just want to wah. They want to fight and die, get up and fight again. And every time they die, they release spores that reproduce and make more orcs. So it's like the perfect storm for these two races. And there's a orc boss by the name of Ghazghkull Thraka, and he was bored. He was literally sitting like wherever he was hanging out at. He was literally bored and was waiting to be able to find a good reason to wah. And he caught wind over in the Octaria sector, which is where the fight happening between the orcs and the Tyranids is taking place. And he decided that he wanted to get in on the action. And essentially, the reason why he went out there in the first place was because he wanted to find like some of the toughest and strongest orcs that he could bring into his banner to be able to go on his great campaign to wall across the galaxy. And he ended up going to the Octaria sector, and he made all of the other orcs join up under his banner. And he he taught them tactics and all kinds of different war tactics that would boost their morale and make them fight better. And they actually started taking ground from the Tyranids. They were at a stalemate, and then shit started changing. Things started happening, and they were starting to gain ground. But Ghazghkull Thraka once again gets bored and decides, fuck it, I don't want to be here no more. I want to go fight somewhere else, and I'm taking you guys with me. And he still left a good amount of orcs to stay on the planet of Octarius in order to be able to keep on fighting. But all the strongest orcs and bosses that he could muster while he was there, he took them all with him on his great campaign. And that war is still going on and being fought at this current time, which is absolutely insane. But that's what I love about.
Cool.
But that's what I love about the orcs, man. Like, they're so cool. That's another model that I want to get my hands on is Ghazghkull Thraka. He's such a cool looking war boss. And I learned that he was actually he's literally a Frankenstein monster of orcs, because Ghazghkull Thraka was actually killed by so a lot of people like to joke and say that Ghazghkull Thraka has a best friend in the Astra Militarum, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he's like the only guy that was like truly fearless to the rest of the orcs, and the orcs respect the orcs actually respect him. But this guy was actually able to kill Thraka. So the orcs didn't want to lose Ghazghkull, so they literally took body parts of all kinds of different orcs that were laying about on the battlefield and sewed them together. And even one orc literally ripped out his own heart to be able to give it to the boss in order for him to be able to come back to life. And that's why he's so freaking massive. That's why he's the biggest orc out of all of them, because he's literally just a fucking Frankenstein monster of an orc. They believe that they believe him to be like the big boss. The boss with the git.
Heck yeah.
I have fun. I have fun with this stuff.
Oh yeah, you got to.
Oh yeah. And what I'm saying, I've been telling people, like, if they get into this stuff, I'm telling you, like, there's not a right or wrong answer to Warhammer. There's not one army you should start with. There's not there's not a starter anywhere. Whatever you find cool, that's the way you go. The rule of cool. Definitely 100% recommend doing that. It's neat. It's incredible. Oh, okay, let's just here. Let me mention. Aha. So I did make a friend. I did make a friend recently, a while back, um, and I actually met her through me streaming painting. Um, and she actually has her own channel and does her own painting and stuff too. I actually sat down in one of her streams and watched some of it. It's really cool. She goes by Moon Mist, I think. She goes by Moon Misted. Um, but she was really interested in the Warhammer stuff and was watching some of the stuff I painted, and she actually invited me to her Discord channel, and like her whole channel is like pretty much a big art gallery of like stuff that people created or painted or put a collage of stuff together. Like she has all that stuff going on her channel, um, but yeah, she was telling me about like some of the different arts and stuff like that, and it was cool to meet somebody that likes to see this kind of stuff. And and to be honest, I feel like when it comes to putting these models together and painting them, I do feel like there is a kind of an artsy kind of style that you really have to put yourself into to really make this stuff look the way it does. And like I said, I really like the way my art's been looking. And I don't remember if I told you or not, but Panda the other day told me that because when me and him got to play an actual game of Warhammer, and I think he won. He was kicking my ass.
Right.
When we played, but when we were playing though, he told me that he was like really impressed with how my artwork looks. Well, when we were playing, he was like, "Man, your army is looking really badass on the table." I was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "All the stuff you painted, dude. Like, look at it. you've like you have jumped leaps and bounds from the first time ever touching a model to paint." And it felt good hearing that. Like, it gave me more of a urge to want to like really hardcore get into painting. And next month I'm buying a new camera so I can have like better quality streams, so when people do watch my stream, they can actually see what I'm doing, and it can like zoom in and track my hands, and it can go up to 100 frames per second, and it streams at 1080p. So that's so come October, or if I'm just doing really good before the end of this month, if I still got a couple $100 after it's all said and done, then I'll be able to just go ahead and buy it, because I really want a good camera so I can actually like display the stuff that I'm working on. Just gotta wait a little longer. Where did I leave off at? Oh, there it is. I got lost for a second. I think I'm gonna paint that rough iron. I did like that rough iron look. Let's see here. hands will stop shaking, I'll be able to paint the interior of that white, and that'll be another glowing effect that I'll add to make it look like the gun's charging up. Oops, I did not mean to mix Runefang with Bloodbelcher. That was not my intentions. Okay, I think it's time to apply that rough iron like I want to on those pieces to offset the colors here. Stop shaking, hands. Stop shaking. How's the match going over there, Brusky?
Going good.
Heck yeah. That's what I like to hear.
We just won.
Nice.
16-1 MVP.
Yeah, baby. That's what it's all about.
Unranked.
Yes, sir. Broke that damn cycle we were having. More bottom piece here. The Adeptus Mechanicus. They love the Necrons. They want to know everything about the Necrons. They want to know why they're full machines and why they're not. So I learned another funny thing too, Mar, in the world of Warhammer. So I don't know if you've heard of the name of this guy. His name is Fabius Bile, but I believe he's part of the Death Guard faction. But there was one time he actually had an interaction with one of the head tech priests for the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah.
And Fabius Bile literally walked up to him and was like, "Hey, I'm coming to you as an equal, and I would like us to share our research." And I'm trying to remember his name, but the tech priest looked at him and started laughing, and he was like, "In all the 3,000 years that I've been serving, that's probably the funniest damn thing I ever heard. You think that we are equals because you come to me saying that we're equals after you betrayed the Emperor, and expect me to be able to hand over my research to you so you could help create Chaos Primaris Space Marines?" He even did the slow clap to him. He even gave him the slow clap. He was like, "I applaud you for your bravery, but what makes you think that I would even part ways with something like this to somebody who is essentially dead to me because you betrayed us?"
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that Fabius Bile actually got his feelings hurt. And it was funny too because he was getting a little bit. He actually got a little bit defensive when the tech priest was like talking mad shit to him for even suggesting the idea. And essentially the way that the tech priest went about it, it was kind of like he was saying, "Oh, did I hurt your feelings?"
Yeah. Oh, what's wrong?
Did somebody steal your sweet roll?
Yeah. It's my sweet roll.
Yeah. I thought that shit was funny though. But yeah, it was probably one of the funniest things that I heard in a hot minute. It was like, dang, this guy really just got clowned on by a tech priest. Admech put him in his place. But I mean, that's always been like Fabius's Bile's like goal, is that ever since he turned Chaos, he's been looking for ways to be able to make Rubicon Primaris Space Marines to be on the side of Chaos.
Yeah.
If he ever succeeds, that would be a very scary thought. Like, terrifying. I'm gonna say there's already big enough demons as there is, but to have a demon and power armor that fights and like just can fight and wreak havoc just like a Space Marine can.
Yeah.
I didn't say I'd be shaking in my boots if I was anybody in that world. I'd be like, no, we don't need that. Somebody kill this man. Tell him to get rid of his technology. We don't want it.
Yeah.
But Fabius, though, no. I say nay, nay. We want this technology. Let's see. So close to having. Funny thing is, I'm very close to having all my Necrons completely painted. I literally have like a single tray with less than 20 models on it that need to be painted. All my other stuff are essentially painted.
Yeah.
So I'm getting very close to having a fully painted, at least for the time being, until I get more models. I'll have a fully painted Necron army, which super ecstatic for. Funny thing is I've been working on trying to put an actual, like a real legitimate list together for playing in tournaments. And one of my buddies, Brett Massey, was actually he was telling me that I should start coming out to the tournaments and start playing, but I don't know all my stuff yet, so I told him I'll have to wait a little longer before I start playing. But I think once I get a few more games under my belt and I have like a complete understanding on how my detachment is supposed to work and stuff, then I'll be ready. But I do have a list that Josh gave me, and there was another list that I was looking at that I've been potentially thinking about wanting to run, but I have to. There's still stuff that I have to get a hold of to be able to make it happen. But the amount of points that it would equal out to for the build is like 1990. So I'd be like 10 points away from a 2,000 point army. And Panda told me, he was like, well, hell, man, if you're really worried about those 10 points, just say that you put 10 points into wearing fancy underwear. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, you're just wearing fancy, like, all your Necrons are wearing fancy underwear. That's the extra 10 points they got. And it was like, yeah, got me a greased up chassis, we're ready. But yeah, Panda's a trip, man. He's funny. I really am looking forward to when y'all finally are able to come back home and get to go over there with me and stuff, man. I'm telling you, we're gonna find a way to run some tables. We're gonna become powerful players.
Heck yeah.
And I have every intention to become a very good player. I want to play so bad. I want I want to be good enough to be able to compete with some of these guys that go to tournaments and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to work on some strategies and stuff too. I think I'm gonna instill some cobalt metal into this. I feel like having a chain, putting, no, maybe, I don't know. So far I'm liking the way this is looking. Kind of hard for me to say no, it's the way I'm going at it right now.
Ugh.
Another message. For into the radius. Oh yeah, Mar, did you see? I don't know. Well, I don't think you've seen it in the Discord yet, but did you see my picture I posted of the figures that I finished building?
No, not yet. I don't think.
Oh yeah. Well, not a rush thing, but whenever you get done playing a match or something like that, and you want to take a look, I got it in the general chat in Discord. I even stood like I even placed them to look like how an army like put them all in their respective units.
No.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was getting sidetracked here. Alright.
Oops.
Whoopsie! Toasty. That's what he says, right? Toasty? Toasty.
Yeah. Dusty.
That's right. I was gonna say, I think this guy's coming along pretty well right now. He's looking really neat. There's a lot of different stuff going on here, but it's all coming along. Alright, now, get my hands on some of that evil chrome again. Oh yeah, Mar, that baseball game I went to yesterday, oh man, it was bad. We lost 5-0. It was a no-hitter.
You played baseball or something?
No, I didn't play baseball. I went to go watch the Shuckers play yesterday, and they got beat bad, 5-0, no hitter, not a single run all game. And it wasn't until like 8th or 9th inning that we finally got people on bases. It was crazy, dude. I've never seen anything like it. I was like, ouch, that's rough on the the stat sheet. But not only that, what's it called? when they were on the road, because they were on the road for like a week and lost every game. I was like, dang, that's rough. I'm guessing this season just wasn't their season, so hopefully next season they're going to be back and ready to really play and win. But I mean, not everybody can be on their game though. It happens. Come on. There Man, if my hands would stop shaking. I got sidetracked again. Oh well. I'm going to paint this on here to kind of offset. Offset. I'm actually going to paint that gold. Or I might paint it red, I don't know.
Fuck. Gotta get out.
Oh. Oops, I keep pulling up above I keep pulling above the damn, what's it called? Damn monitor. Nobody gonna be able to see nothing. Can't be doing that. I think I am going to add some cobalt metal in there. I like it. It's a good offsetting color to the rest of this.
Oops. Went too deep again.
Uh-oh.
My bad.
Whoop, toasty.
I thought I was going to be able to get a kill there.
Good try, Mr. Finnegan. Good try. Who is Mr. Finnegan? I have no idea. think it's time to change up the music selection just a tiny bit. This is the anthem of Korn. I kind of like it. But I need something a little bit more. There we go. Look at that. Some instrumental metal. While we paint metal. Yes.
Oh, I didn't get any heals. Spit me out there.
Spit him out. Spit him out. No,
Nah,
don't just sit there, man. Spit it out.
Nice, her cap is on point. You got a kill before he died. Actually, yeah.
Oh, I did it again. Damn it. I keep doing that to myself. I keep pulling it up above the damn screen. Gotta stop doing that. I think what I just need to do, if that's the case, I just need to raise my camera up. That's probably what I need to do. There we go. Maybe since I keep pulling it up,
Hey.
something better. That's the question. Loving this drum beat.
Another epic victory.
Big win! You can't win them all. Having the right heroes can make all the difference. Why am I digging this music so much? It's so good. Loving it. Love me a good instrumental when the music can talk for itself.
Heck yeah.
I wonder if people are going to look at this and be like, why is there a blue metal in there? Because it's cobalt. You know what? I think I'm going to do it across the spine instead. I think I'm going to do brush metal for that. Because I do like the brush metal look. I love that. The way that metal looks. Looks so good. And if y'all are curious to what the brush metal looks like, if you look really close to the, like this back piece here, the way that's colored, that's brush metal. Hell yeah. Fucking get it, man. Man, this is fire. That was awesome. That's how she's looking right now. We're getting there. love those freaking heavy numbers. Absolutely insane.
Cool. Got new subscribers. I didn't realize.
Oh, you got 2 new subscribers? Hell yeah. That's awesome.
184.
Yes, sir. We on our way.
Yep.
You're on your way, actually. Hell yeah.
That was from a video I posted a few days ago. I'm almost ready to make another one very soon.
Nice. And it's you got a really nasty Hulk, bro. Like 100%.
Thank you.
I love running stuff with your Hulk.
Oh yeah, it's fun. Banging Hulk.
Oh yeah. They are nasty.
Yep.
Nothing feels better than to be able to jump on the same guy that you're jumping on and punching him.
Yeah, we both just jump in and get shielded and
and just go crazy. We go buck wild.
And the good thing about if they try to do the same strategy to us is like, all right, how good is your Hulk?
Yeah, how good is your thing? Can you keep up?
Yeah, how good is your Hulk and your thing? And I mean no offense by this, but I would say that the thing is more of a direct character as far as like how you should play him, where Hulk is like very difficult to play in general. Like just learning how to play him correctly without even using any of his like pecs, like his B hops or anything like that. Just learning how to play him correctly and not die constantly is hard to do. So
oh yeah,
it's like it's more rare that you find a Hulk that like really knows like what they're doing. But there are really good players and for every character.
Oh yeah,
the thing.
Well, I mean,
and I would say that your thing is definitely, you know, your thing is above average, you know.
Yeah, he's good. He's good sometimes. He doesn't always have a moment to shine, but when he does,
no, you're a really good thing player for sure.
I put enough time into him to say that I can hold a torch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I can't play thing. I can't play thing at all. The 2 tanks that I cannot play are Captain America and the Thing, and they're both really good for certain situations. So it's like I need to learn how to play those characters.
Yeah. Man, trying to get to these really almost need to put my my paintbrush down for a second, let my hand cool off. I'm over here like my hand's sweating while I'm holding the damn brush. Trying to get into these like tricky spots.
Knees weak, palms are sweaty.
Yeah. But there ain't no vomit on my sweater. And I didn't eat no spaghetti.
No mom spaghetti?
No, I didn't have no mom spaghetti. Mom hadn't made me spaghetti in a long time. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I don't know, man, the music is just going absolutely hard right now. I love this metalcore. Alright. Actually, you know what? I kind of like the cobalt metal along those spines. I might do that on that part too. Not sure yet. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves though. Something else I needed to do. I need a little bit more rough iron to put on that one piece that I forgot to put it on. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. There we go. Nice. I think now I can do some brushed metal. Hell bent for leather. And just in case any of y'all that are watching, or if y'all are coming in, hello, welcome to the stream. We out here jamming some metal tunes, hanging out with the broski, and painting some figures. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not gonna do that color. I'm gonna do room thing around those. Room bang steel. Just a second. chapter 7 of the Minotaur. That's crazy. Like, I bet all the chapters are good. There we go. I was doing something with one thing. What was I doing? No, I wasn't going to do something with anything now. I was going to paint a little bit more white onto here. Actually, I like the way that looks. Oh, I think that's gonna look cool. Almost there.
Alright, Brisky, well, I guess I'm gonna get off here for now.
Oh, you're getting off for a little bit?
Yep, I'll be back on later though.
Alright, Broski. Hit me up when you get back on. I love you.
I will. I love you too. Talk to you later, man.
Alright, talk to you later, Broski.
Alright, bye.
Bye. Having too much fun painting this right now. This is crazy. I didn't have much paint on this at all, and I mean, look at it now. Versus when I started this. Looking cooler and cooler the more I work on it. We're getting some really neat stuff here. Pretty soon I'll be working on the guys in the front here, and then we got the gun on the bottom. was I playing this too? I don't remember now. Oh, yeah, I know. Okay. I got sidetracked for just a split second. I couldn't remember what it was. Hey, how's it going, yo? Welcome to the stream, if any of y'all are watching. Hope y'all are liking what you see. We are working on the Annihilation Barge for the Necrons. Can't wait to see this thing looking, how it looks on the table when it's fully painted. This thing's gonna be looking crazy when it's done. Now we need some gold. I'm gonna let that, need that to kind of sit for a minute before I put more on, because otherwise it'll just keep running. Okay, I might have put that one on a little too thick on the other side, so I need it to kind of like sit for a minute, let it take hold, and then put another layer on to make it look smoother. Let's see. I think I might want to mess around with the technical paint a little bit. So I think that's what I'm about to do here in a second. Make some of this, some of the white coloring go away, so y'all can see what is going on. Oh crap! Uh oh. That did not go good. That's not good at all. Son of a gun. Crap. I just made a humongous mess. I will be right back. Alright. I made a mess. Gotta clean it up. Man, that's pretty big right there. So the paint that I want to use is this right here. It's Tesseract Glow. Once I get done mixing it up, because all the colors kind of seep down on the bottom right now. But once I get done shaking it up, I'm going to be applying this to the model. This is a technical paint. This is for when you want to use something to make it like have a glowy effect or something like that. So like for instance, this guy right here, he has the Tesseract Glow on him. Let's see here, I got one other one I can show y'all that I had the Tesseract Glow done on, and it's probably the best one in my opinion. So this is another model that I have worked on. That is this right here. The way his legs look are absolutely insane. And this is because of my buddy Don. That he was able to make the legs look like this. Don's a good friend of mine over at Panda Shop, and he taught me some really cool techniques for painting, and well, along with Panda and John and a whole bunch of guys over there at the shop. They've taught me pretty much everything that I know so far. But like I said, the legs though on this, that's the effect that I would like to have. I still got a lot of work to do. But that's the That's the goal with this stuff here. That's what we're hoping to aim and shoot for. But I don't know how well it's going to take, or how long it's going to take for me to shake this up. Might be a minute. Might not be too long. Who knows? I need the stuff on the bottom to break up and become part of the paint pot. Man, I can't believe I spilled some out. Such an idiot. Definitely have to get a new bottle anyway. But I just ruined another pair of shorts. Oh well. Been needing to buy new clothes anyway. The only downside about having, I wish there's a machine you can get that could actually make your paints like mix up a lot faster than having to sit here and shake it for 15 million years. But at some point I'm going to get a hold of one, because I aspire to have like a whole wall of paint at some point, just nothing but paint like this. Just all the colors that you could possibly think of and imagine, so I can do all kinds of cool things. Like I said, I'm really excited to paint like these guys and stuff, but I gotta get them primed first before I do. But I mean, look at the freaking detail on this guy is going to be immaculate. Like I can't wait. Like just to kind of give you an idea, I actually have a, wherever the hell he went, there he is. This model I have here was actually given to me by my buddy Josh, but this is also a Horus Heresy model, and this is a guy that he had. But like, look at the detail on this guy too. For a Horus Heresy model, this thing is absolutely incredible. And then like the cape looks badass. Whole thing looks great. Whoever painted this, I commend you. Shout out to whoever did, because now I got this amazing piece to be a part of my army now. Yeah, but like, that's what I'm saying though. Like the stuff like with that, with the Horus Heresy, I'm telling you, it's gonna be really cool. I can't wait to paint them for y'all. And I'm getting close to being able to do it. I'm just waiting till, I might just wait until I go back up to Panda Shop to go get another, probably going to get me another bottle of this just so I have it. But also, I really want to get a hold of some other paints and stuff. Like, I really want to extend my repertoire of all the stuff that I have, because I'm telling you, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a master painter by any means. I don't even have a whole year under my belt yet. But I like to think that I've come a long way. I mean, and just to kind of give y'all an idea, I'm going to show y'all what my very first model ever was that I painted. This was my very first model that I ever touched with paint. This was my very first orc I ever painted. I don't think I even primed him. I think I just went ahead and slapped paint on him, but he was the very first one I ever touched. And it'll be a memory, you know, like the very first time I ever decided I wanted to try painting a model. And then just, okay, so just imagine this. And then I went up to Panda Shop and learned a couple of techniques. Now, look at this guy. Look at the way his skin looks versus the other one. So I'm going to show y'all just another comparison, just to kind of give you a side-by-side view. So I don't know how well y'all are going to be able to see that, but if you see, oh, gotta stop that music. That is not instrumental. That's an actual song. Can't be doing that. But as you see here, and maybe a little bit of light to kind of help. I don't know how well y'all can see that. Oops. And I'm just dropping crap anyway. But, so, never primed. This man got some forest green skin. But this guy here, he actually had some work and coloring done. Like, I have a couple of different colors here to really bring out his skin to look like this versus the other guy. And then, if any of y'all are orc fans or love just orcs in general, let me. Here we go. So, if any of y'all are fans of orc lore, y'all know that orcs don't believe in the color purple. Because if purple was real, it would be invisible. To an orc, this guy would be invisible, except for his guns and his armor. And the skull on his head, yep. But I just think it's really cool that, and I mean, even with this guy, you can even tell that his skin, I actually did a couple of different variants with it too. Then of course, and then once I got better, here's another one that I did. I thought this guy was really cool too. This is probably one of my favorite little Gretchen that I painted. Thought he was a really neat looking character. Loved the knife that I did. But really cool guy. I just as an added touch, because he was holding the knife over his head, I put a couple of red drops on top of his head to make it look like blood was dripping on it. And then this guy here, still one of my favorite pieces that I painted. This is after I've been sitting down and learning for a little bit. But this is Runtherd, or Runtherd, however you want to say it. But yeah, the colors and stuff like that. So just within a short time span, I've learned a good bit of techniques from some very prominent painters, and they've really helped me come a long way, and I'm very appreciative of them. But otherwise, this stuff wouldn't look as cool as it does. And if y'all like it, please say something, let me know, because I would love to know what y'all think or feel about, the artwork, and if there's any kind of ideas or something like that, I'd definitely be interested to hear it. Alright, we're almost there. It's almost completely mixed up now, which is really nice. It's got a little bit more. I think we're ready to go in with the paint now. Looks like it anyway. Getting there close to it anyway. Okay. Very soft brush. Usually you're not supposed to go in with water for a technical color or a shade, because it's already watered down enough that all you would need is just a dry brush and you can just dip it right in and you're ready to go. So as you see, like on one side of the wing, we're going to do this other side the same. Actually, you know what? What would happen if I did this? Let's see here. Got a small, thin dry brush in here somewhere that will probably help us go a little bit more smoother. So let's see if we can find it. This one here. Kind of big. Oh, kind of too big there. Too big for sure. Oh, I just saw it. There we go. You're hiding down here. Aha! There you are. You're the one I want. See how well this does. I'm excited to see one of these is dry brush method. Like I said, the idea is that it's going to look a little messy, but we're going to go back and touch a lot of this stuff up. I think this is the way to go right here. Versus the other side. To be honest, wow. Say this side is looking a lot brighter than this side. I might just go back over this and do it again to look like this. Or, no, I might go over this to make it look like this. Boom, just like that.
was quiet. That was missing. I'll have to come back and get it. Alright, let's open up here. Now, check that out. On the back side too. I'll come back through and repaint that. We'll go for both sides anyway. Now it's going to look really green for a little bit. I kind of want that color to kind of set in and like really take hold. Because once it gets dried up and seeded onto where it's at, I'm going to go back through and I'm going to repaint over the spots that I had the excess of the paint at and see if I can't what's the word I'm thinking of, but essentially I'm going to get this thing looking really cool. We're getting there. It's definitely come a long way. think for now I'm done with the Tesseract glow for the time being. Work on other stuff now. And while we're doing that, I'm going to take just a short breather here for a second. I think we're going to change the music up a little bit, slow it down a little. Change it up a little bit, relax. Let's see here. Take a picture of this real quick while I'm taking a break. I kind of want to keep painting, but I'm just ready to just kind of chill out for a moment. That's the thing, we're getting there. We're steadily getting there. Alright, now it's time to get a hold of some goblin green. Stupid phone. Oh well. It's been a minute since I used this one. Whoever's watching, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. we still underway here, 4 hours in, and made a good bit of progress on this guy. And we're still going. We're still going. I'm just taking a moment here while I'm prepping some goblin green paint here. And I think I might use a little bit of my Mephiston red for a couple of gem spots. Ba-ba-ba. Alright. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna get some cobalt. Change up a little bit. 'Cause I do like that cobalt metal. actually thinking that I might take a break here, probably prominently sooner than expected. Just because I wouldn't mind taking a break. I've been at this for a little while now. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to at least get this other side painted like I did the other. Alright. Well, I think that's what I'm gonna do for now. This is what we got so far. Made a lot of progress today. That's the other side. The back. But that's where we're at right now. But for now, I think we're going to take a break for today. I might get back on and stream some more if I'm feeling up for it. But for those of y'all that might be watching, or if y'all are interested, be sure to stop by the channel. If y'all want to add me on Discord and maybe learn a couple of things that I might know, or if y'all just want to hang out, shoot stuff, play games, always down. But other than that, You guys have a great day. I might be back on later. Be sure to, y'all see, I'm sure if y'all look down where it says about Reclaim Nemo, I have a YouTube, link, and I have a Discord link. So if y'all are ever curious or want to sit, paint, or just talk, hang out, whatever, just shoot me a message, or the next time y'all see me online, be sure to stop in. You guys take it easy.